All right, let's call to order the regular meeting at 6 p.m. A quorum has been met. I believe we have Ms. Gallagher online as well. So can I have a roll call, please? Oh.
Mr. Creddy?
Here.
Mr. Bitten?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mr. Quagliano? Mrs. Murray?
Here.
Mrs. Gallagher?
Here.
Mr. Thompson?
Here.
All right, with that, we will motion to move into closed session at 6:01 p.m. indicated in the Open Meetings Act, and we'll discuss several things as outlined in the agenda that's online. Do I have a second? Second. Okay, Mr. Thompson, can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Creddy?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bitten?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Gallagher?
Yes.
All right, with that, we'll move into closed session. It all depends on what you're bringing. Which is
Yours.
All right, we are going to resume public session at 7:08 p.m. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Craddy?
Here.
Mr. Bittman?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mr. Quagliano?
Here.
Mrs. Murray?
Here.
Mrs. Gallagher?
Here.
Mr. Thompson?
Here.
All right, with that, we're going to move, and I'm going to make a motion from closed session. I move to recommend approval of the agreement for the student 2023-02 for placement at the regional state schools, Evergreen Academy through May of 2025. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, thank you, Mr. Quagliano. And any discussion? Without any discussion, we'll move forward with a roll call vote.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Gallagher?
Yes.
Mr. Bittman?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
And with that, the motion passes. We will move now to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, next we have student recognition. So I think you've got them. Mr. Brown, Peter, celebrating the Huntley High School journalism team.
Hi, I'm Dennis Brown. I'm the journalism advisor at the high school. This is Lauren Teeter. She is the yearbook advisor at the high school. Tonight, I'm proud to present the members of the Huntley High School journalism team who, on April 1st, won the IHSA sectional championship, the team's 12th in the last 17 years, since the state tournament started in 2006. Individual winners at the sectional tournament included, you guys can come up as I announced you, Maggie Armstrong, first place in infographics. Zoe Emerson, first place in copy editing. Kate Keller, first place in sports writing. Abby Kinnear, first place in newspaper design. Karen Rainey, first place in advertising. Karen Rizal and Alyssa Olson, first place in yearbook theme. Sarah Christensen, second place, editorial cartooning. Maria Luisa, second place in radio news. Will Mize, Jasmine Thompson, and Andrew Walls, second place in television news. She's not here, but Luma Acevedo, third place in yearbook caption writing. Ashley Foster, third place in yearbook copywriting. Alyssa McQueen, third place, yearbook layout and design. He's not here, but JC Sola, third place in feature writing. Irene Banerjee, fifth place in headline writing. And Alexis Cobb, fifth place in photo storytelling. And while we didn't place as a team at the state finals, we did have 3 students place individually at the state, and they are Sarah Christensen, 4th place in state in editorial cartooning. Kate Keller, 5th place in state in sports writing. And Maria Luisa, 5th place in radio news.
Hi, Lauren Teeter, yearbook and Health and Production. In addition to this wonderful news from sectionals and state, In May, Dennis and I found out that 3 Huntley High School students received awards from the National Federation of Press Women, a national journalism organization that hosts a journalism contest each spring. The students first submitted their work to the Illinois Women's Press Association, where they placed first, and then advanced to the national level. So Huntley High School's national winners included Alexis Cobb, honorable mention for graphics and photo illustration. Anna Marciniak, who's not here, but second place in yearbook copywriting. And Jessie Gahn, first place in the nation in news writing. As always, none of this could happen without the support of Dr. Beelen and the administration at HHS, Dr. Rowe and the administration here at the district office, and you, the members of the Board of Education. And working in this district as supportive as ours, we honestly could not thank you as enough, because we have an advantage that a lot of programs don't have. So we're so grateful that you've done everything that you've done, and just thank you.
Thank you. Do the middle thing? Yeah. Good.
Follow that way.
Better get her. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know
You're famous.
Yes. For instance, whatever you
Mr. Pagliani, I'm gonna scoot that way a little. There you go.
Okay, I don't need to.
I want you seen.
Okay.
Got you.
Got him. Appreciate all the hard work there. I personally read the voice every time I can get a hand on an issue, and I know how hard they work to put that together, so I like that. Now we will move to section 6, which is public comment. We have 2 public comments tonight. The first one is Carrie Cross. She might be waiting for the ad.
Yeah, she's not.
We'll give her a second. You're up first, Carrie. Go straight to the. I don't want to drag you up here, but.
Sorry, I couldn't hear over all of that. Okay, it's just very quick then. Hello, I'm Carrie Cross.
My first question is, when will the next light program update be, and when can all of the special ed parents expect that communication, current and future light parents included? I know a lot of times communication goes out to individual groups, either the high school or this or that. It needs to go to everybody in the district who has a child in special services, because if they're not in light yet, that's obviously the destination and the plan for them to be there. So they should be included. And then the second thing I just wanted to say really quick was thank you to Dee Dee for the meet and greet. That small gesture, or big gesture, because I know that she had a very long day that day touring the entire district. That gesture gave me and other parents that were there a glimmer of hope into what we had. Just the small communication with her that day was fantastic. And it's not very often that I'm standing up here hopeful, and it gave me that. So thank you for that to her, and hopefully that continues and we can be on that path to the destination for like being better and all special services being better. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. And just one comment, I think there's been a lot of discussion about the light program. I think we'll wait for Dee Dee to get in place before we schedule something, but there absolutely needs to be something with all the parents and the staff to come up with the requirements. So I appreciate the comments. All right, next, Brad and Tammy.
All right. A few weeks back, I addressed the board for the first time in a long time, and I decided to come back again because my vice president couldn't make it, so I had to cancel some plans to do so. But I wanted to, first of all, once again, thank you, Dr. Rowe. I know this will be the last time that we see you in this role. I appreciate, once again, everything that you've done for the district, and I can't tell you how much I'll miss the conversations that we had, as I said last time. So thank you for everything you've done in your service. The reason why I am here is a few weeks back, I came in with some numbers. We started working on the document regarding where our certified staff members rate, where we are compared to districts around us. I told you last few weeks that it was around $15,000. Well, we finished the document and I sent it to all of you a few weeks back, and seeing that we are about $8,000 on average, making less than District 300 teachers and $14,000 less than Burlington Central, I felt it necessary to come back here after looking at the proposed budget, seeing a 3.5% increase for salary and insurance. I can guarantee that that is something that is concerning, because that will not breach the gap that we're going to need. And I am very, very fearful that if 3.5% of an increase for services and salaries over each year for the next 3 years is what we're going to be looking at as the standard, that we are going to see a max exodus moving forward. Since I've talked to you guys last, we have had more people leave. I know of 2 or 3 more that are getting ready to resign, and I am just very hopeful, especially with the new board in place, that we can kind of try to break away from standard tradition of saying that we're only going to give 3.5 when we are so drastically underpaid compared to other teachers. So I also brought Tammy Favis here. She is the leader of HESPA. I'll let her say a few things as well.
I just want to echo the sentiments to Dr. Rowe that we've appreciated the collaborative working relationship that HESPA has had with yourself and administration over the last several years. We've greatly appreciated it. I also want to echo Brad's concerns regarding the proposed budget. Yes, we do have some 5% and 4.25% increases coming up in the HESPA contract the next couple of years, but that still leaves us drastically lower than our surrounding districts. We have worked to try to bring additional staff into the district. We have worked with HR as far as subcontracting people to come in. That has helped to an extent, but that's not a sustainable option, especially when we're paying 2 to 3 times what we're actually paying our regular employees. for subcontracted work. We were unable to fill our positions for this year's summer school without coming to an agreement with HR and administration to pay our paraprofessionals a higher rate for summer. We were thankfully able to then fill those positions to cover the special services summer school for this year, but I don't see how that is going to continue given the rates that we're currently being paid and what is being proposed with this budget ongoing. That's not, my biggest concern is how is that going to attract and retain quality staff for our students? If our mantra is going to be all students always and continue to be a destination district, we need to have the best staff available for those students as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brad and Tammy. Don't believe there's any more public comments. So we will move to any changes, or move to adopt the agenda as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. Thompson, thank you for the second. So we will have a roll call to adopt the agenda.
Mrs. Murray? Yes. Mr. Bittman?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
No.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Gallagher?
yes,
All right, with that, it passes 6-1. So we'll move on to number 8, the superintendent report. Dr. Rowe.
All right. Well, as was shared in some of the public comments, and this is my final meeting sitting in this chair, and I just wanted to share a few thoughts and some thank yous briefly here this evening. So reflecting back on the last 5 years serving in this role and 12 total as a member of the 158 team, honestly, as I think about the things that we've accomplished and worked on, I'm filled with joy and pride. I believe that our students have opportunities greater than or comparable to the best school districts in the state of Illinois. And that's because of the work of our staff members, it's because of the work of our administrative team, because of the vision and trust that our school board has placed in our administrators and teachers to guide and lead our students in our district. And in terms of some thank yous, I want to thank the Board of Education, past and present, for giving me this opportunity. It's been an absolute joy, even during COVID. But joy would not be the word I would use to describe it either. But it was a part of what I was tasked with during my time, and I wouldn't change it for anything. But so my thank you to the board. Your leadership and support has made this district what it is today. Your trust and administration has fostered the innovative spirit that I believe is alive and well in Huntley 158, and making it a truly special place to live, work, and to raise a family. I want to thank my cabinet for being the best team I could have asked for. Not only do we navigated that time period that we don't refer to, we'll call it the C word for now, but together during that time we've ghost hunted. We even today talked about our memories of ghost hunting, Miss Lombard, and her fear of ghosts. We celebrated a lot of accomplishments together, and had an awful lot of fun while we did it. Even Dr. Zier riding in the back of my car to retreats and surviving the Northern Illinois curves. But your support of me in every step of the way is something that I'll never forget, and I genuinely appreciate all of you. To our principals, I want to say thank you. Probably the most important administrative group that serves our district, because you set the stage, leaving the buildings and filling them with a positive and loving learning environment for our most important group of people that we serve, which is our students. You're an amazing team, and I'm grateful for all of you. Thank you to the staff of Huntley 158. I appreciate the relationships that I've formed with all of you, and your dedication to our students and that they're placed in your care is not only valiant, it's meaningful, and it's appreciated. Thank you to Mrs. Stock. I'm not going to look over at you on purpose, but you've been a great supporter of mine, and I wouldn't have been successful without you. when I started at Marlowe, you introduced yourself to me as the principal. When I became superintendent, you did it again. And I hope that you do the same for Jessica, because it's the title you deserve. I knew it was going to be you, Julie.
Shouldn't have looked.
Shouldn't have. I want to thank the families in our community. This is a wonderful place to live. I'm proud to have served where I live. All right, we'll move on to a better one, a little easier one. I hate doing this in public. Thanks to the Heart Group. The Heart Group is a special group that many people may not know much about. It's the Huntley Area Administrative Roundtable that began as a group of administrators of the taxing bodies in our community to just talk about what's going on, try and be on the same page. But the group that consists, Dave Johnson with the village, Scott Ravagnan with fire, Bob Porter, chief of police, Frank Novak, the library, Scott Crow with the park district, and prior to that, Tom Palmer, who we affectionately refer to as the historian who takes all the pictures. It started with, I believe, Carl Tomaso way back in the day. It's just a group getting together to chat, but the unity of our taxing bodies and the support that they provide to this community is truly unique. We are able to do business with one another very effectively and seamlessly and painlessly because of the relationships and the time that we invest to that. And I think that's something that you as a board need to know, and that just the community in general needs to know that this doesn't exist in other places. Many school districts and their community leaders butt heads regularly, and that just doesn't happen in Huntley. We have a shared vision for how we're going to support our community, and I value all of them at a very high level, and we've been very successful working with them. I have to also thank my family, my wife Melissa, for being a great support system. You can't do this job.
Got this. Yeah, well, let me step in for a second, if you don't mind. Okay, I was going to say a few words about Dr. Rose. I'll let him contemplate his words because it is an emotional time. And we can remember when Dr. Rowe first was appointed by the board and voted on, and it was an emotional moment at that time for you. And I understood it. Your devotion, not only yourself, I know, your dad smiling down on you. Family is heavily invested into education, and the dedication that you and your family show to the education world and to our school district is greatly appreciated. I mean, I'll go back from the standpoint of as a board member and going through a superintendent search, the one that we undertook when we ultimately brought on Dr. Rowe. It was extremely comprehensive, and to be honest, if you would have asked me if Dr. Rowe had a chance at the start of it, I would have said no way. But let him take a shot. Let him interview. Let him take a shot at it. Good first try type of thing. And ultimately, throughout that process, he continued to stand tall. Throughout that process, to the point where we were down to our 3 finalists, and the last meeting we had, I think, overwhelmed that Board of Education with his detailed plans and vision for the district. It was something we hadn't seen anybody bring forward to us, and just what I can tell you is the person, Dr. Rose's organization, even tonight, having your speech put together and knowing exactly, he's always been well prepared, and somebody who took his job extremely seriously and extremely dedicated on behalf of our district students and our district, the public. He's mentioned his interactions with the community leaders. He's been highly active in regional education activies with various superintendents and also on the state and national level. His dedication to education is pretty much unparalleled as far as I'm concerned. And the best part about it is this district had 5 great years of his leadership that we were able to experience. I mean, just some of the highlights I can think of is the personalized learning piece of what you've been about, and the one-on-one and our blended. I mean, we had some of the elements of this going on, but Dr. Rowe really embraced it, having come from the high school. He could really see the benefit of it, and I just think our student body has just benefited tremendously from that individualized thought process of learning, and not every kid is a cookie cutter kid, and that we need to teach and care for each one of them in their own personalized way. And I fully embrace what you brought to this district, and I am, like you, extremely proud of what's been accomplished over these last 5 years. And I'm extremely grateful for all the time that we've had as far as just collaborating, having in-depth discussions, just talking through all the elements. The superintendent's job is not just a figurehead. You're somebody who's deep into all the relationships with all the buildings, with all the people. You are somebody who really felt that it was important to spend time with all your administrative team, building leaders, so that you guys were all on the same page and that you were willing to listen to their ideas. All of those are critical elements and what have made you an outstanding superintendent. So when you came to me and told me that somebody was asked you to interview, and I knew you were going to get that job, because I just knew the character and the skill set that you had would allow you to go on. We'll call it, I don't think it's bigger and better things, because I like to think of our district as bigger and better, but I know you're going to a school district that's seemed to be of higher stature and a bigger platform for you to further your educational thoughts. And I wish you nothing but the best, but I don't think it'll be a matter of luck. I know you will perform at a level that'll be exceptional, because you're a driven person, and I think we've all been able to see that. And then lastly, I hate to, on the COVID piece, but I'll no matter what people say, it was an awful time in our everybody's period, but there is nobody I would have rather had leading our district during that time frame than you, Dr. Rowe, and the amount of time and effort that you spent to just try and make the best decisions for all of the district and its kids it was remarkable to be a part of that process and just the agony of decision making that went on during that time frame. But your willingness to take that on, it just speaks to the type of superintendent you've been. And I just want to say thank you for that opportunity to work with you, and wish you nothing but the best.
Well, I read this like 15 times today, so that wouldn't happen. Because when Melissa and I leave tonight, she'll make fun of me, because, well, she won't, but she should, because I hate doing that in public. But as I was saying, and I appreciate the opportunity for the reprieve, Tony, is that support system I have at home, I hit the jackpot. They're great, and you can't do this job without it. So as I wrap things up with my comments, I just want to end by focusing on the most important thing that we have, which is our students. They're the reason we're here, and I urge our board, our administrators, keep reminding them of something that I have said regularly. We can never lose sight. They are the focal point of every decision that we make. And it's probably what I'm most proud of, is that I can trace back every decision that we've made to what we all believed, unified, we believed that it was the best decision for our students. And that's really important to me, and I think it's something that you all should be proud of as well, because every single one of those decisions can be traced back to what we believed with the information we had was best for our kids. And as I conclude, I'm proud to be a parent in 158. I'm proud to continue to be a parent in 158. And I will be a supporter of this district and will remain engaged through that parent's lens. And to Jessica, I wish you the very best of luck as you take over as interim. You're going to do an excellent job, and I will always be here for you. Thank you.
Give me one of those medals for.
Would anyone else on the board like to make a comment?
Actually, Melissa, this one's for you. Thank you for sharing, allowing your husband to spend his time here. I know that this job is tremendously taxing time-wise. Just investing oneself so completely into this particular role takes away from family life. And there are only 24 hours in the day, and your kids have activities, and they're always going to something, and they always are interested in doing things. So thank you and your kids for sharing him with this district and allowing him to be so emotionally and completely invested in this district. It's a debt of gratitude that goes out to each and every superintendent that has this role, but having watched this personally for not just the superintendency for 5 years, but also going back to the high school and the middle school when you first arrived, and watching that progression and growth, it's been a tremendous ride. And I'm not going to wish you luck in your next job, because you have everything in front of you and all the tools at your disposal to do great things. And I have no doubt whatsoever that you're going to excel and take that district to its next level. So thank you. Thank you very much.
With that, I haven't worked with Dr. Rowe very much, but I do appreciate the time we've had together. It's always been very respectful, and I do wish you Godspeed in your next adventure. All right. With that, moving on, we will move to the number 9, Associate Superintendent Report, Ms. Lombard.
Mine is very brief. I just wanted to let you know that our Writers Read Together community wide reading program is off to a great start. We have had 2 sessions at the Huntley Public Area Library on the last 2 Mondays. Dr. McCrindle has joined me, and we've done, we started off with the reading and discussions with the students and families, and both nights have had, I thought, a great turnout. When the library was there, let's put a couple rows of seating out. We're like, oh, let's throw out a few more. By 6 o'clock, we were like handing out chairs as they were walking in. So it was a great turnout both nights. We probably had, I'd say 90% of the returners come from the first time to the second, and then we had some new friends join us with that, and it was hard to, they didn't want to leave. Our activity that time was taking rocks and putting messages on there. Some of the things were unbelievable that the students were coming up with, where they were thinking about leaving them throughout the community, what they thought the finder of that rock or message would feel like. And our community reader last week was from the Huntley Park District, and we needed to do a switch from the police department, but next Monday we'll have Huntley Police Department, and then rounding out with the fire department for the end of June, and then we'll kick it off again in July. But Dr. McCrindle, it's been great having it. It's been a lot of fun interacting with the students and families. And again, just the ability to make connections and to think about how they can take the things that they are reading and learning and do with their family, their neighbors, and just the community has been really, really great. So,
thank you. All right, number 10, Dr. McCrindle.
Yeah, this evening we wanted to share a potential new partnership that we have coming to us from Ed Systems Center, which is through the Northern Illinois University, and it supports our IT, instructional technology pathways at the high school level connected to college career pathways. So a huge shout out to Mr. Mike Kennedy, who's one of our directors of curriculum. He is here this evening if there's questions about it, to be able to answer. But he found this opportunity and brought it to us. What this partnership would provide is some funding to help support some of the pathways we've already started. We have two that are focused on computer networking and then also computer programming. And so it's a 2-year grant. You get $20,000 a year if you get those funds. And the initial focus is to increase the number of students who are taking these classes. And so trying to make sure we work with our counselors, that we are advising students the correct way into those pathways and to, I guess, just get more students, target the right ones into those courses. There's also a second opportunity through this partnership where we could receive some money to support our teachers at Huntley High School for some continuing education courses so that we can have more people qualified to teach the computer science courses at our high school level. The Public Act is 101-0654 was put in place, and it requires high school students to take one computer literacy course all at one point during their high school career. And so the more teachers we have certified to do that, the better, to be able to provide those opportunities for our students. So our next steps just include officially submitting that application to this group, and then if we're accepted, we will develop a plan to use the funds. With that, if you have any questions, myself or Mr. Kennedy are happy to answer those.
How many computer science or computer programming classes do we have? I mean, I know APCS, but...
No, yeah, there's a few.
You're going to put me on the spot with that one. I don't have the number off the top of my head, but the way that this program works, though, just to give a little bit more context, is that students who get these pathway endorsements, they have to create an individualized plan. Then they have to take 4 semesters or 2 equivalent years of coursework directly related to that career area. And included in that, they need to have at least 6 college credits. So that could be from AP, could be from Project Lead the Way courses, or could be from dual credit. So with those funds that we could get from this organization in order to get some more teachers approved, that could go for additional dual credit teachers in order to get some more dual credit courses. But right now, a majority of our credits come from our Project Lead the Way curriculum that we utilize. So through that process, students can get up to 6 credit hours, and then they also have to do a job shadow, 2 job shadows actually, and then ultimately complete a 60-hour internship where they're either paid or they're getting high school credit for that. So in terms of that, we have at least 8 individualized courses for that individualized plan that we had to build out for those students that go into this. And there's more than that because that's just the higher tier. So I don't have the number of total courses off the top of my head, I apologize, but that's the plan of how this will all work. And so with that, we'll be able to continue to grow these programs. We do have 9 total pathway endorsements approved. Last year we had 8. We were able to add 1 more this year, and just excited to keep growing the program.
All right, I might have missed this. Is this high school focused or middle school?
High school focused, okay. Correct, yep.
Thank you. All right, anything else? So we will move on to number 11, Dr. Swim.
Hi, good evening. I have 2 items for you tonight. They're both for information only. One is attached into the board packet is a wellness update, which takes place annually. It is a committee that both Dr. McCrindle and myself, among other members of our core wellness committee, they meet several times during the year. We have key areas of focus in nutrition, student and staff physical wellness, student and staff mental health and wellness, and then curriculum and instruction towards our wellness. Some of the work that we focused on this year in the nutrition education for students really is a continued partnership with the elementary schools and now looking at Heinemann Middle School for some recycling programs. So I wanted to highlight that. I think that's good work moving forward. Other areas that we wanted to focus in on is a really nice relationship that we've started with McHenry County Substance Abuse. And we talked about this a little bit at our last meeting around vaping. and some community partnerships, so that will continue on under the direction of Mr. Dean, among others. We also launched Care Solace this year for some students' social, emotional, and mental health support under the direction of Ms. Romero. We've seen some, early gains in supporting families. Staff, social, emotional, and mental health, really focusing on positive psychology, happiness advantage, work throughout the Orange Frog concepts into our staff and training, nearly 1,300 staff members. And then some curriculum initiatives as well too, time at the elementary level, and then the launch of the ruler program at the middle school. Future areas of work that the group wanted to key in on for next year and years to come would be aligning some of those wellness activities with some key performance indicators in the strategic plan, working to communicate the efforts in the program of the team to the greater community, including parent and student voice in regards to wellness in an intentional manner. So attached is a report, just again for informational purposes, is the annual report, and the committee will stand for next year. Can I answer any questions on this before I move to my next topic?
Sir, we're good. Thank you. Thank you for the update.
Okay, second item today that I want to share. Back in February, we brought a plan for the creation and implementation after some research on the AVID program at the middle school. AVID and AVID Excel was set to support students for next year. After a great amount of discussion and looking inward at our program, we've had some staffing transitions in the program leadership. We have decided to pause implementation for next school year, making that decision not to launch AVID or AVID Excel at either Marlow Middle School or Heinemann Middle School for next school year. We've made that recommendation and to reconvene and see where we are as a district, look at what our needs are for the students, what we can handle in terms of capacity, and then make a different decision moving forward. So we're in the process of doing a number of things related to logistics in terms of canceling some professional development, communicating to the building through the principals. There will be a communication going out to families tomorrow morning, again, with an opportunity to set up a conference with me for any sort of discussions and next steps on what happens with them and their schedules. I'll be happy to take some notes for them, give that to the middle school principals, so we can build the schedule for them during their exploratory time. But I wanted to give the board an update that we will not be implementing AVID or AVID Excel for next school year at Marlow or Heinemann.
Okay, so the elephant in the room is the why for me. It seemed like this was taking positive strides going forward, and then this is kind of an abrupt change, I guess.
Yes. I would think, and I could just speak to two of the issues. I think we face some challenges regarding where this fits at middle school in terms of the schedule. We also, we're building it on, and this is where my error came in terms of thinking that we may have an alternative for families of where this fit either in an exploratory time or in their PE time through a waiver process that did not come to fruition. And so I miscommunicated to some families, and even in making those next steps. And then in addition, when we look at some of our key leaders that have been involved in the programming, there's some transitioning in there as well too. So those two things, we really believe in the program. We have two excellent teachers set for that program. We want to make sure that moving forward that we have the right amount of people, energy, and resources ready for that program to begin at the time of the district student.
Thank you.
I think at the end of the day, Mr. Troy, it really comes down to there's a significant amount of change that the district in terms of leadership is experiencing, from my role to Dr. Zumke's role, to Dr. Castillo's role, who all played a role in elevating this. And then when, adding a Heinemann principal as well. With that amount of change, we cannot set the district up in a position where we can't sustain what we want to implement, and our kids may suffer. And we didn't feel as if of the level of confidence that we needed to feel that we were going to be able to carry this through with as many changes as we were going to have, and sought the opportunity just to pause, take a breath, go through this change, and then revisit this when we knew we could be more successful, and our students and the building didn't have to manage something that may be too big for us to be able to do successfully.
Thank you. How many students were affected?
41 students in the Avid program and 79 students in the Avid Excel program.
So there was a fair amount of acceptance to the program then. That's 120 across the two middle schools. And was it only one grade, if I remember correctly?
Sixth grade initial for Avid, and then 6th, 7th, 8th grade for supporting Avid Excel, which is a multilingual group.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, anything else?
No, sir, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, number 12, Mr. Altmeyer.
Thank you very much. I'd like to give the board an update on our strategic goal of operational efficiency. You've been accustomed to receiving these updates in my fiscal memo, but as part of the strategic plan indicator 4.3, in the month of June, we provide an update, and I didn't give you an update in my fiscal memo in the month of June, although I've been doing it all year long. But I thought this was also an opportunity to spend a few minutes to give you a little background behind that strategic planning goal and where it came about, and really what and how it's defined, because I think that's really important, especially for the new board members. You know, this goes back to when we rolled out our new strategic plan in 2021, and at that time, the district strategic plan outlined a desired outcome that the district will remain sustainable to meet the needs of the students and community. And under that outcome, there was a further long-term goal to innovate more efficiently and operate within the district, which I love that goal because, well, that's kind of everything we do in finance. That's everything we do in operational efficiency. But what we really wanted to do was, make sure that we roll out that strategic planning goal throughout the whole system, within every department, within everything we do, to create a culture, right, of cost savings, to create a culture of efficiency, that so we could, every dollar saved is a dollar that we can put towards the students and staff, that we could do towards a program. So as you know, I do love this goal. But when we rolled out that goal, we had to define what an operational efficiency was, right? It's not just creating a labor efficiency. It's not just minimizing expenses. So at that time, I created this definition, and there's four or five different bullet points. One of them is a process that creates a labor efficiency. That makes sense to everybody. Creating online registration at the time, we did that a few years ago. A hard cost savings as a result of a project, installation of LED lighting or other things we're doing that provide immediate savings or a payback over a period of time. Internal controls, right? Nobody really thinks about leakage, but a lot of times if you don't know you're losing money, well, that's a problem. So we need to make sure we implement processes and procedures and maybe audits, internal audits, to make sure that we are tracking against ourselves so that we don't have what I call leakage. And then lastly is maximizing all revenue opportunities, making sure we are doing the things we need to do. We're applying for grants that maybe others aren't applying for, as example, right? The electric buses and other things, right? So it's not just about minimizing expenses, it's about maximizing revenues, minimizing expenses, stopping leakage with internal processes and audits, and then ultimately creating that culture of efficiency within each and every department. So at the time, and we still do this today, each and every department, we talk about these things as a goal of our department. What can we do within operational efficiency to be better, so that we can be better for our community and we could be better for our students? And so the update that I have is just a summary of the high-level things that we've done during the year. And I'm not going to talk about all the little operational audits. A lot of those things we continue to do that we've implemented. But during the year, I've got a few bullets here. We applied and received for various funding opportunities. The 4 electric buses just recently came in. We purchased 5 plug-in minivans that'll yield savings, and we'll also be receiving that $7,500 Inflationary Reduction Act direct pay credit for each minivan. We identified the opportunity to recapture excise tax on propane fuel that we wouldn't have known about unless we dug deep and found out about that opportunity. We continue to do lighting, LED at the high school. we did LED at the high school football field, and this is very interesting because this has always been a pain of ours. When you go out to a football game, the lighting was awful out there. And we wanted to do it years ago, but it was $280,000. Well, we kept trying, and we found an opportunity where we did it for $28,000. Finding a vendor that would apply for and capture all the investment tax, essentially the credits associated with the installation of that efficiency of LED lighting. So $280,000 down to $28,000, so we were able to get that done this year. We continue to move forward on community solar. In the fall, we did have 9 propane buses delivered. In this past year, the district, I'm not sure the board is even aware of this one, the district installed newer, higher efficiency electric hand dryers, which were 80% funded by the ComEd Energy Efficiency Program. And at that time, we replaced 42 hand dryers at the high school and received $10,000 from ComEd. And currently, we're in the process of replacing 100 hand dryers between Legee, Chesapeake, Martin, and Marlow, for which 80% of that is being funded by ComEd. So some good stuff going on there in O&M. In FY23, at the beginning of the year, the new board might not be aware of this, the district took over the alternative school, and at that time, saving approximately $100,000 from what we were paying our previous provider by us doing that one in-house. And lastly, administration drafted legislation and is continuing to draft legislation to help the district as well as all districts in the state of Illinois, and we'll continue to do those types of things to help districts, and then all the other things that we continue to do as a team here at 158. So I did just want to bring the board up to speed a little bit on that strategic planning goal, a little history, and kind of highlight some of the things that happened in FY23. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Altmeyer. I guess when I listen to the list of items that you tick through and all the savings you get, it's all great and things like that. We need to figure out how to plow that back into the frontline classrooms so that we can have the best staff for our teachers and educate, right? And that's
all those dollars ultimately do go back into the budget. And with 78% of our expenses in salaries and benefits, I assure you, they have found a way back into the things that we're doing. And we could talk about some of those things when we go through the budget dollars.
Yep, absolutely. That's what I hear. I heard it when I sat in the audience. I hear it now. That's what I'm trying to focus on.
I would say we are one of the most, if not the most operationally efficient district in the state of Illinois. And those dollars go somewhere.
Yep.
And they're certainly not being spent within our operational departments because our operational departments are pretty lean and mean. And we do a pretty good job, I'd like to think. So the dollars we are spending are going towards that.
None of this is new philosophy. I mean, we've been doing this for years. I mean, this is what we've been doing for quite a long time, and it's allowed us to be able to provide increases in most of our employment contracts across the board and above what most other districts have been giving for quite some time. So, and that's what we've had to lean on to be able to do it because the sources of funding we have certain limitations to them. So operational efficiencies is one of the ways to leverage that up a bit. So, I mean, it's absolutely something we've been all over for quite a while.
Any other comments? All right, thank you, Mr. Altmeyer. We will move on to Dr. Budzinski.
Thank you very much. Mark, I agree that the technology department is lean. I don't think we're mean, though. So,
No.
I just wanted to provide an update tonight from the technology team. An interesting thing happens about 24 hours after the end of the school year. We changed to summer mode. The summers are busy time. Now, that may seem strange. The technology team has almost exactly 10 weeks to do all of the updates that are needed to start school in August. There's a lot of updates. Part of the reason I want to give you an update tonight is over the next couple board cycles, you will likely see some purchase orders, things like that, for annual renewals of software that we process each year. Gaggle being one, the safety and security service that we use to help monitor student safety on devices. Those sorts of things are renewed every year. Microsoft licensing renewed every year for teacher laptops, those sorts of things. There will be several of those. We have some great partners that we work with to process through those renewals, so those be coming your way as well. We also have our physical work that we do over the summer. Teacher laptop replacements, student Chromebook replacements that'll happen either just before the start of the school year or just after the start of the school year. We happen to have a pretty large server and storage replacement happening this summer, and a replacement of all of the district's security camera servers. A lot of work in a relatively tight time frame with a pretty lean team. I couldn't be more proud of my team for the work that they do to get all this work done in what will end up being about 8 weeks. So they are running around like crazy and spending an inordinate amount of time staring at server screens and doing all those updates. And I appreciate them for that. We are lucky this year in that we have only that server and storage upgrade in the security cameras, because normally in most years we also have pretty significant network updates to do. We have built a life cycle process for replacing infrastructure. And about every 7 years, we come into this 1 or 2 year window where we don't have major network updates. We're in that window now. We were in that window last year. So it hit at a really good time for us to do these other server updates. We were very fortunate in that we were able to kind of shift project plans around a little bit to really effectively use the time that we had and the dollars we had available to us. Another reason I wanted to throw that up, adding on to what Mr. Altmeyer was talking about with the operational efficiencies, is the way we plan for this. We replace approximately 1/3 of our Chromebooks each year because our Chromebooks have an estimated 3-year life cycle. After 3 years, they really start to come apart. We replace about 25% of our staff laptops every year, because after that 4th year, they really start to come apart. So we've built these life cycles in an effort. Mark and I have been working on this for the better part of 10 years to really operationalize the expenses of technology, so we're not having to come with capital projects for technology almost as a surprise. We're very much able to predict our expenses, oftentimes as much as 5 to 7 years out. And the only thing that we change in those plans are quantities based on student enrollment, staff head counts, obviously pricing as the market fluctuates for technology. But I will say over the last handful of years, we've gotten to be very, very effective at planning ahead and knowing exactly what those budget dollars are going to be for the technology spend. This is in a position where Mr. Altmeyer and I can work together well in advance, and we can make tweaks to that technology line in the budget to make sure that we have the resources we need to continue to drive the goals forward, and ensuring that what's still available is left available. So just a little bit about our summer work and what looks a little bit different for us. By the end of the summer, really more like the 1st of August, we're ready to start school mode again, because it's a different type of support and a different type of technology look. So by the end of summer, we will be very ready for that, but we also look forward to this time of year, because most of us that work in technology love this kind of work. Don't always want it stuck in 10 weeks, but that's okay. We do the best we can, and we have fun doing it. So that's my update for the evening. If there's any questions about any of that, I'd be happy to answer.
Mr. Budzinski, as part of your process of your summer upkeep, is there any kind of review on software licensing seats that are being transitioned out or that we can eliminate, that are maybe duplications of things that have been replaced over the years?
Yeah, we actually, in 2 different things here. We actually work kind of on an ongoing basis with curriculum on what tools are being used, what tools are things that maybe could be phased out at some point. We've been working on a process like that pretty continuously for probably about the last 18 months or so, very much more in-depth the last 12 months on an ongoing basis. There's times that we do a little bit deeper dive on a certain product, a certain resource, just to say, is this really providing the benefit across all schools that we want it to, or is the tool succeeding better at one school than another, and if so, why? Can we do something different to bring them up to the level? We also look at, you mentioned general license accounts. Anytime we have an opportunity to do that, we do that. In fact, I think I have 2 or 3 sitting on my desk right now that I'm literally going to call partners tomorrow and say, I just want to reduce this by 100.
Yeah.
I don't want to reduce it below our student count or our staff counts because we have to allow some fluctuation. But we check up on those pretty much every year, partly because we've set up vast majority of these renewals to happen on July 1st. So that tends to be what I do most of the summer is work through those changes with our partners. So we do keep a pretty close eye on those. Some of them will keep just above those student and staff counts. And some of them will actually look like they're a little high because we very specifically ask our partners, at what point are you going to give me an additional price break? And if we're close to that, we'll go up to that price break to get the cheaper per unit cost, and it'll actually bring the cost down for some of the things. So there's things that we go to that level of detail on.
I can appreciate that. Having worked in a quasi IT environment myself before, I can understand the challenges, and it is an arduous task that you're going in front. I think myself and the board would appreciate your feedback, if possible, if you could give us a report by July board meeting on those software licensing that you see either through attrition that hasn't been utilized or has been replaced by another service over the last year
Mr. Thompson, I'd actually share something that we have in process that it won't be the July timeline. Dr. Zwinke and Dr. McCrimmel have been working on something. I asked them last summer to begin building out a process in partnership with teachers at all levels and build these committees to look at what software are we utilizing in our learning platform. I think it's exactly what you're asking for. What software are we learning from? And then, as Dr. Budzinski shared, what is most effective? What levels? How can we assess our level of use in terms of are we using it with fidelity? What is most effective? Is it really effective at Chesick, and we're not really using it at McCaven? And maybe we should be. Why are we not? And are there some that we're using where we've given a lot of freedom to our staff to find new software platforms that we've gotten licenses for it? I think we can save a considerable amount of money in doing so. However, the goal would be find the happy medium of what's the best platform and use it more widely. So that's in process. I just don't believe it will be ready for it to run in a month, but it's something that is ongoing, and Dr. McCrimmel can provide that update later.
I can just add just a little to that. What we've done so far is we work with Chris, our technology team, and then our instructional coaches in our building to just get a list of everything that's being used, because there are things that are being used that we might not be aware of, or they're ones that we know that people aren't using as much. And so our next step is to build that team of teachers this fall and work through that and come with a list like that.
So I appreciate that, and I didn't want to be duplicitous in your efforts, but that's great.
All right, next is number 14, the President's Report. I guess the one thing I just kind of want to talk about and maybe put in a request for is the math curriculum. We had a discussion, I think there was a discussion about that earlier in the year, where some actions were going to be taken. But I get a lot of feedback from parents, and there's quite a bit out there. And I don't know whether it's accurate or not, but just understanding how effective it was. Now that the year is done, can we look at the grades? Can we look at the data to see where we improved? Because I know there were some pretty good goals in the curriculum, and I'm sure it was successful in some places, and I'm sure there's some areas where it may have struggled. So I don't know if this is a board update. I wouldn't mind if it was, or whether we just need to bring some of the concerned parents in and have a discussion about it. I think that's either Jessica or Dr. McGrindle on that. And I'm just bringing it up because there's a lot of feedback on it, and we have the data now, so let's look at it, let's analyze it. And I know that we are doing some things next year to bring in some extra coaching for the teachers, as well as on that. So I understand that. That's just one thing I'd like to see an update on, or to understand, so we can help.
We typically do, our standard practice has been in October, is that the right month? October or early November is the general data presentation on performance data, where we get the results back from the state, which takes way too long. But we get it back from the state, it takes a long time, and in comparison with our local data, that's typically when we do that. I don't know if you want to wait that long, but...
that's the first thing that went into my head, is that seems like it's too late to make any changes. I know you're doing...
I was actually challenged just this week on, because I asked the same question, because what we see in year one, the data is the teachers that implemented, at the elementary level at least, implemented the new math. At the K2 level and the 3-5 level, 5 was flat. The other two, there was a greater growth with the new math than those teachers that were using last year.
In the K through 5?
Yes.
Okay.
What Dr. McCrindle and Paul Amon were quick to remind me is implementation of a new program with a dramatic change like this is a 4 to 5 year implementation process. So it's something that, not to make a final decision or presumption based on 1 year data, which is valid. But I think it's certainly showing signs that it's taking off at a really, really strong rate. But they can certainly get that data for you.
Yeah, and I'm not saying we should get rid of it by any means. To me, it's more of a control plan that you're looking back and you're trying to iterate on how to make it better.
Year one signs look good though.
Learn from what you learned, and then maybe figure out why some kids, because it seems like some kids who were doing well in math struggled quite a bit. Now that could just be the middle school age group where that happens, I think, a lot. I know what happened with my son. So it's fair that that's not necessarily what it is. There's other factors in it. Just so we can communicate and have something else out there. That's really the only thing I have for an update. So we will move to number 15. And Gina, if you're still out there. Okay.
Yeah, there's not really anything to report on it other than we're excited for Dee to come on board.
Okay.
So.
All right. That's fair. She was on pain medication, so it's okay for her to drop off. Number 16, community engagement, Ms. Murray.
Yeah, I know we had a few FOIA requests out there, so does anybody have any questions on those? I don't think. There's just a few of those. Otherwise, next, at the committee of the whole meeting, I brought up that I requested to look into publishing the FOIA data on the district website, so, and what that looks like and how can we implement that, so. Anybody has any information?
We had that discussion as a cabinet team looking at the what that would entail to go ahead and do that either internally or utilizing a third-party company, a resource like that. We looked at the benefits, the pros and the cons of putting that information out there, and it is information that we talked that this down the long run could save some of our time doing our FOIA requests, because there are times that we have multiple requests for the same information. If it is already out there, that it's right there. It could be something that is easily searched for or whatnot. We talked about a couple different ways of being able to put that. We could embed it as part of this document there. We've looked at some other districts and how they do that, and the majority of the districts around us do this exact piece. And so I think that's a piece we'll want to work with technology a little further to see what's best for that. And so it's not something that administration is at all opposed to moving forward with, and give us a little time to research how to do that, what looks best for putting that out there. And we would recommend that we just moving forward to go back and try to do past requests at this point would be cumbersome with the other work that we have going on.
So is the idea to put all the information that's been requested, or just a summary of the requested output? Because over the years, we've had some very voluminous requests where we've had to provide people with a portable hard drive because the content was so voluminous. There's no other word for it. So if we're going to put that on a website or on a server, are we spending more money to buy more servers to house all this data that we're putting in the storage and putting on public access?
That's a very fair point and question. It's not one that we looked at there. We did talk about whether or not it would be a summary of the information as opposed to all of the information that we do provide. Dr. Bazinski, you can jump in here and talk a little bit about that. Summary is not normally, when we pull these, it's data that we already have, it's information that we already have. To create that summary would be something that would be additional time and whatnot. So we were not looking at that. However, I do know that there had been past, responses that were very voluminous, and they had to come in and pick up something like that. And I think, again, we'd have to talk further about that. That would probably need to be noted there, because we would not be able to put all of that data if it is somebody picking up some type of a thumb drive or whatever. Well, gosh, you actually had
Yeah.
physical information,
So
yeah.
when, it was a few years back when we were having external hard drives delivered for FOIA content,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of that was video content.
Right.
We actually transitioned during that time to storing those videos and providing them via cloud storage that we already had existing.
Okay.
If we do that, and we certainly could do that again, it would literally, we could just put a link in a system like this that would direct somebody to that content. We made that transition even while we were still going through those iterations with those particular videos. Frankly, because we didn't want to keep spending the money on hard drives.
Yeah.
So,
Well, right, and that's, comes down to cost and volume, because over time, this all adds up. Today's FOIA request plus tomorrow's plus yesterday's, and you start adding all that up, and it's got to fit somewhere, and it's not just gonna, you have to house it. You have to house it, and you have to manage it. So now that's an added layer of management over time, and do you put like a five-year window, a retention window on it, say, okay, after 5 years, this FOIA information is going to sunset, we're going to pull it off the server, and if somebody wants it again, you request it again, and we'll chase it down. The other part of this is because it's duplicate, right? If you house this someplace, you've already got the information sitting on the computer networks within the district, and now you're going to have something separate for just the FOIA stuff, so you have a duplication of resources taking place here. Now that talks about the inefficiency of what you're doing network-wise and again, if it's cloud-based, now is it secure enough to be on the cloud, and how you're going to house it and manage it again. So I understand the good intention with this, but there's the practical application, and having worked in the computing industry for a number of years, engineering world, there's trade-off, and somehow that has to be determine where the value truly is.
In our discussion, again, it was just briefly in cabinet this week, having that, looking at that layer of transparency, getting out there, hopefully, and it won't be immediate, hopefully it would lessen the number of our FOIA requests. Some of our requests that are coming through really should be maybe more on the student records component of that, and how do we shift that and help families understand that this is probably the better way to get that information wouldn't be put there, but to, again, help educate on what processes are best to receive the information that they are requesting. So there's going to be a number of layers here. My recommendation is that give us a little bit of time to take that, if we're open to doing this, and put together a plan of, here's what we'd like. Let us research some of the surrounding areas that are doing it. How are they doing some of those pieces? What it might look like if it was really voluminous. What would our recommendations be back? We can come back and present that and kind of have a, hey, here's our timeline of when we'd like to start. Here's what our recommendation would look like moving forward with this. But part of that is if other districts are doing it, they're seeing a benefit from that. They probably learn through those bumps in the road, and maybe we can learn from them and put together something that we could start here, hopefully, at the start of the school year or something relatively close to that time frame.
And I recognize that not everything is a voluminous request, right? So most of your requests, 90% of them, 95% of them are pretty low content, so it's not that big a deal. But there are those that come out that or that are requested where it can add up in a hurry, and then you've got to manage it. So again, thank you for researching that and taking a look at how other districts do this.
And I like that idea, again, of time frame. Some of them are reoccurring ones that we get from, they may be from organizations that are requesting on an annual basis the staffing information and whatnot. And so that is new, it's reoccurring, we know it's coming, but maybe things like that, maybe they wouldn't have the shelf life as long as some of our other information that's out there. So we'll put that all together, and we'll bring that back to an upcoming meeting, and then we can kind of go from there.
I think our big themes are, no one's opposed to it. We see no one's close to it at all. It's a matter of, is it more efficient to pay a small fee for a third party to manage it? Or internally try and manage it, and does that become so laborious that it's taking our employees away from the work that they're charged to do versus managing FOIAs for the public to have access to? That's really the decision I think that has to be made. And so just to put it in some generalities, no one's opposed to it. It's a matter of what's the proper way of managing it. So our work is being done, and it's not a waste of money to spend on third party. We don't know how much it costs at this point.
What's the requirement to hold on to our responses for FOIA? Is there one?
There is.
I mean, there is one, right? I think that's what you would.
I had this conversation with Ms. Lemoyne a couple months ago. I want to say that most responses are required to be held for 5 years.
So that would be what you should match to, I think, public, unless it's generally free.
I was just going to try to double check that. I believe it's 5 years. I know I had the conversation with Ms. Lemoyne a couple months ago.
That's why I picked the 5 year number.
But there's more to come.
Yeah.
There's more.
No, that's a good update. Laura, do you have anything?
No, that's it. That was good. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Number 17, Legislation Committee. I don't have any updates unless there's anything else. So we'll move to number 18.
I actually have one. So I know the food service one was brought up recently. I know it passed both legislative houses and was ready for the governor to sign, but I heard that the legislature did not appropriate on sport this year.
Correct, and I just heard that the other day. So although, it passed both houses, there's no funding, because nothing was appropriated within the current year budget. So, they're hoping to essentially lobby, for the same bill for next year, but set aside some dollars so that they can do that for the students.
So it's business as usual for school lunches.
Yes, correct.
So it's not an unfunded mandate. We don't have to give the free lunch.
No.
And that was a really important addition that was made, is that it was sent to appropriations, meaning the government had to actually back the mandate with money.
Thank you for that, Mr. Troy. All right, number 18, the consent agenda. So we're going to go through the consent agenda. Do we have a motion, or do we have any questions? A motion to seek approval and adoption of the consent agenda as written in the agenda.
Second.
All right, thank you, Mr. Quagliano. Any discussion? Feeling good? All right, so can we have a roll call for the consent agenda approval?
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bittman?
Yes.
Mrs. Gallagher? Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
All right, well, with that vote, I'd like to offer congratulations to Mr. Gibbs. Welcome to the 158 team as principal of Hyman Middle School.
Welcome aboard. All right, action items. Mr. Altmeyer, number 19.1.
Nothing else to add. Under 19.1, you have the supplemental purchase orders and supplemental accounts payable. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? All right, with that, I'll seek a motion for approval of the supplemental purchase orders as written in 19.1.
So moved.
All right, thank you, Mr. Craddy. Can we move forward with a roll call?
Second.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Bittman?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mrs. Gallagher? Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
All right, with that, thank you. That motion approved. 19.2, the tentative draft of the FY24 budget.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Altmeyer.
Thank you very much. In front of you, you do have the tentative draft of the budget and the following 60-plus pages or so. And within the budget memo, I do want to note that on the very end, right, under the 5-year plan forecast, there are several scenarios presented. And I opted to do it that way in the memo rather than giving you 5 complete or 4 different budgets of 60 pages each. So if we do ever want to see the detail behind any of those scenarios, I can certainly do that. Normally, we present the tentative budget, well, in the month of June or the month of July, and that's really to start the year off, so that when we do start the year off come July 1st, we do kind of have marching orders, department by department, building by building. The last draft of the budget was presented in April, and the only change, I mean, there were some modifications, which we'll talk about the modifications to this budget, but the big change we made was I had an opportunity to meet with Mr. Bittman, and we talked about lowering, right, the levy percentage, the FY, or the calendar year 2022 levy percentage. Excuse me, the levy year 2023 levy percentage, which impacts the FY 24 budget from 5%, which was the maximum amount allowed under PTEL, to 3%. And so I did that so that the board can see, and we as a board and administration can see what the impact of that is on the current year FY 24 budget. And so the current year budget that you have in front of you, this tentative draft, is in operating surplus. I mean, man, I am all over the place today. It is an operating deficit. It's showing an operating deficit of almost $1 million, $955,000. And I opted not to try to balance that budget because we need to talk through if that is the right thing to do at this time. Because it's not just about FY 24, it's about the future. Because 1 year levy on not taking what we could be taking does significantly and material impact the out years. And we'll talk about some of the risks that we have throughout this, but I wanted to make that note because this does not necessarily reflect what the administration's recommendation will be in September. So we still have 3 months to go, and one thing is for sure, this budget is not really done. It's not done at all because there are a lot of things that we still need to do from the state of Illinois and other decisions we need to make. So I wanted to start with that. The things I'm going to walk through are the modifications from the first draft of the FY 24 budget. I'm going to walk through the revenue and expenditure assumptions at a high level. I did do that last time, but some of those assumptions, such as the levy percentage change. And then we'll jump into, rather than talk about some of the variances, we'll talk about the continued unknowns and the risks with the FY 24 budget and the impact on the 5-year plan. I'll talk about future adjustments, the timeline, and then we'll briefly talk about the forecast years in the 5-year plan. But let's start with the modifications from the last draft of the budget. In your memo, there is a chart there, and these are the material adjustments that were made. And the material adjustment, the number one adjustment is, well, the decrease to the levy from 5% to 3%. And the impact of that is almost $800,000. And what's important to note is that's only a 50% impact to FY 24, okay? A 1% decrease in the levy does approximate about $800,000 a year. But it's shifted between 2 fiscal years. So one levy impacts 2 fiscal years. So a 2% reduction here is $800,000 impact to the FY 24 budget. We trued up the custodial contract to what was actually signed and drafted. That was a favorable adjustment by $138,000. We trued up CPPRT based on trended FY 23 actuals and what we think we're going to get from the state of Illinois next year on personal property replacement taxes. Same thing with National School Lunch. We had a favorable adjustment of $285,000. And we base that on what we're seeing in FY 23. If those trends continue, we are seeing an uptick in the number of students that are receiving free and reduced lunch. Medicaid, we adjusted that downward, unfortunately. The state of Illinois changed the way in which they are reimbursing school districts for Medicaid. Many districts, this is going to be a big uptick in their number, but unfortunately, we kind of lead the way with our Medicaid reimbursements here versus the state of Illinois. And unfortunately, because HFS is using averages within their cost settlement calculation, as you know, within averages, well, the ones who are doing really well are going to get hurt the most. And so we are actually going to get hurt a little bit. And those that aren't doing a good job at all collecting Medicaid, well, they're going to see a nice uptick in their Medicaid numbers. We're projecting, unfortunately, a $200,000 decrease. Thank you very much, Health and Family Services down at the state level. We finalized the capital projects that was unfavorable by $682,000. And what that line item represents really is we already know what the capital projects are for next year. based on what was approved last year and the projects that are happening today, screwing that up, we had to set aside an additional $682,000. We'll talk about what those projects are here shortly. Contracted transportation, we had to increase contract transportation based on trended actuals from FY23 by $122,000, and transportation professional and technical by $115,000. And again, some of those line items are the direct result of obviously outsourcing some of the things that we did because we're having a tough time finding drivers. Okay. On the revenue assumption side, the big one is reducing the calendar year 2023 levy at 5% to 3%. State funding reflects the annual hold harmless with the additional evidence-based funding model of $1.23 million per year. So that's an uptick of revenue of $1.23 million a year. That is a risk, though, and we'll talk about that in a minute. State categorical funding, primarily private reimbursement of private facilities, reimbursement of transportation. We have held those numbers flat for FY24. We are going to learn what those numbers are. Those are adjustments still yet to be made because the state of Illinois hasn't told us what those numbers are, and we still have to, for instance, close the current fiscal year and apply for that transportation reimbursement grant and go through the process of completing that, and then we'll know that number in the August timeframe. And then lastly, we increased interest earnings based on where the economy is by $500,000. On the expenditure side, salaries reflect the district's current collective bargaining agreement and remain flat at 3.5% through the forecast years. I might as well highlight this. We've been doing this for 15 years, and we have presented it this way pretty much all 15 years. We've presented it that way because, well, we don't negotiate through the budget, right? 3.5% represents step, and historically, that is what we have always showed in the out year. And so what this budget and this memo also notes is that's a risk because we do know we are collective bargaining with the HEA and HESPA in the out years. So please don't take this as a sign that we are thinking that this is a reasonable percentage, whether it's an FY25 or beyond. It's a placeholder for which we need to put something in this 5-year plan, and that's what we put in there. Okay, property and liability and workman's comp insurance is budgeted to increase 5% for FY24 and through the forecast years, and that's typically what we budget, and that's actually what property and liability and workman's comp came in at this current year. So that number is pretty much locked and loaded for FY24. Capital expenditures for operation and maintenance are budgeted at $3.3 million and agreed to the current approved capital projects, primarily including the DX cooling replacement at Marlow of approximately $2.3 million, the high school food slab, Heineman's makeup air units, and the high school's exterior windows, the replacement on the circle that the board approved, well, just at the last meeting. Transportation capital expenditures are budgeted at $1.1 million for the pavement improvements that are currently taking place. If we need additional buses next year, we will go through the bidding process, but with receiving those buses more than likely in July or August of FY25, we can budget those additional bus dollars in FY25. As a result of all of those assumptions, revenue and expense, operating revenues are at $124.4 million. Operating expenditures are at $125.3 million, with an operating deficit of $955,000. The continued unknowns and risks with the FY24 budget and 5-year plan, and we've talked about a few of these already, but we could jump into them, is related right to the forecast year, so future collective bargaining. So when you're looking at the 5-year lookout in the 5-year section of the memo, please know that that's only at 3.5%. So if we're at a place where we think, well, we need to pay our teachers more, which I think we're there, okay, those deficit numbers that you are seeing will be much, much larger, okay? A 1% increase in HEA salaries today approximate $570,000 to $600,000. A 1% increase to the overall salaries of the district will approximate $780,000 to $800,000. So just 1% is almost $1 million when you're looking at HESPA, non-union, right, and HEA altogether. So that's important to know. A 1% increase in healthcare costs is $120,000. A 1% decrease in the levy, $800,000. So those are kind of just points to keep in mind. Other continued unknowns, right? State revenues, right? Today, for FY24, we are budgeting $1.23 million. There's no guarantee that we're going to be tier one. We think we're going to be tier one, and we think we're going to be tier one in the out years, but we haven't seen the final EBS calculation. If we slip back to tier two, well, that $1.23 million is going to go down to about $675,000. So that is a risk. There's no guarantee that we will be tier one, and we have shown that throughout the forecast years. Special education costs associated with private tuition and room and board. Today, we don't have any students in room and board, but room and board is very expensive. And if we do have a student come in over the summer that needs room and board, we will have to budget those things, and we true up private tuition over the summer when we do have closer to final numbers. Health insurance and the related risks associated with being self-insured. We are budgeting a 7% increase in health insurance, yet we all know that based on FY23 and based on some large claims in the pipeline, we were significantly over that amount in FY23 in the current fiscal year. So will 7% be enough, right? I just noted a 1%, additional 1% to health insurance is approximately $120,000. So over the next several months, we'll have to determine if we could live with a 7% increase in health insurance. And then lastly, the overall health of the economy and the related financial impact, right? Supply chain, right? The economy, there's inflation in the economy. CPI is high, and it's impacting us significantly. If Doug was sitting here, Doug would tell you, oh my goodness, the cost of everything that we do internally for operations and maintenance is more than what we're seeing in the 8% or 7% consumer price index. And a risk with that is within the forecast years, I didn't bake in a purchase price index. I didn't bake in a consumer price index. So supplies and purchase services are kind of held flat through the forecast years. That's also something to consider. Those items are not in there. Future adjustments. Right? I said one thing is for sure is that this draft is not final and not near final. I mentioned a lot of the things that we're still waiting on. But all state grants, really including state funding, we need to finalize the EBS calculation and all the other state funding that we received, finalizing the transportation claim once we close the fiscal year, finalizing federal grants, the IDEA grants, all the title grants that are coming in, finalizing all the special education estimates from private facilities, room and board, and things of that nature. And then lastly, departmental allocations as we allow departments to move budget dollars around. The budget timeline, you know, in July, we'll do an update as needed. Generally in August, we need to put a budget on display for 30 days before we have a budget hearing. So that'll be another opportunity for the board to see the budget. And then in September, we have to finalize and approve a final budget to be adopted by the board. Under the 5-year plan, I provided a few different charts. I provided one chart that shows under all the same assumptions and only changing one assumption, and that's the levy, right? And I think we have to recognize that 60 or 65% of our funding is local funding from property taxes. Okay, so knowing that a 1% decline in the levy, a 1% decline in the ask for what we can ask for is about $800,000. So what I provided you was a chart showing the operating revenues and operating expenditures just for FY24 as to what the operating deficit, I wish it was a surplus, would be under each scenario. So 3%, 0, and 5%. I didn't want to do all 5 because I think you understand the point. Under 5%, we still would be operating under an operating deficit position of $160,000, but a little more manageable than $1 million that you see at 3%. I also provided a chart because what's really more important than just FY24 is the out years, right? Because there's a lot of unknown in the out years. There's the unknown of the HE collective bargaining agreement primarily, right? When salaries and salaries and benefits are 78% of our total expense. Well, collective bargaining is a big piece of that, especially for the HEA side and the HESPA side, no doubt. So as you can see, I wanted to provide what the estimated operating surpluses or deficits were under those scenarios, under those levy percentages. And I really want this to point out how important the levy is, right? The property tax extension law limitation is there for a reason. It's capped at 5%. It's actually doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing in times of very high, rapid inflation as we've had these last 2 years. We are all experiencing, everybody, ourselves, individuals, but the school district especially, we're all seeing increases in costs, right? And we're going to see those increases in cost in future collective bargaining agreements as well. And so it's really important to know that the PTEL is there to cap us so that we don't hit that 8%, so that we're not charging the community an 8 or 9% CPI. It's there, well, to give us something, but not necessarily to allow us to go to the max. So I just wanted to point that out, and that's why it's called the property tax extension law limitation, okay? So with that, I'd like to open it up for discussion. I know I've presented a lot of information, a lot of food for thought. You know, some good news, some bad news, but I'd like, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them and have a discussion.
So just, I mean, recapping from last year's action, you know, we did go ahead, we went forward with 5%. However, through our, you know, concern for the community, we mitigated that 5% with a $750,000 abatement on the bonds that effectively turned that into a
3.91%
increase.
Overall, including bond and interest.
Right, exactly. So, I mean, we have planned, if we were to take 5%, doing something identical to that for this year to also mitigate that, but not harm our flow of operating income. So, I mean, I just want to make sure, there's been a plan all along. And I think it is important to point out that the PTEL law has protected the taxpayers from, you know, from what CPI really has been, even though things like Social Security went up 8.7%, the real estate tax bill went up 3.9%. Okay, I mean, we're across the board on their overall, I mean, their personal budgets. They're seeing larger increases than what the school district has been passing along. So I you know, while nobody likes property taxes, nobody likes paying them, okay, it's, you know, under the circumstances where we're currently at, hard to imagine that you would take a tier 1 school district like us, who's deemed to be in the lower, whatever percentile that is, that are tier 1 school districts, that are the least funded districts, and that you would decide to make a decision to artificially reduce your funding from that source, when it's your, like you said, when it's basically 60 to 65% of your source of funds. So, especially with what you're facing in operating costs going out. I mean, there's you know, certainly some managing of the budget that can be done, but you have heard Rainey get up here and speak, and trust me, we get it. This board, I'm sure, gets it. The old board got it, in spite of what you said a couple meetings ago, when you felt like the old board didn't pay much attention to the teachers. I think that was a misplaced statement, because I don't believe that was the case at all. I believe the past board always thought first of the teachers, and they did it in their various negotiations and proved it out every time we negotiated that the teachers were first and foremost on our mind and who we wanted to take care of. And I think the various increases and the various line items in our past contracts were dealt with and proven out absolutely put them as a priority, and I'm sure we will continue to do that. So I know, Mr. Hank, you're up here posturing for your union, I get it, but we get it, okay? We've gotten it, and we always have gotten it, okay? So, need to be postured too, quite frankly.
Mr. Allmeyer, I'm sorry if I missed this in your summary, but does this budget represent some of the capital improvement projects that were discussed in prior meetings as well? Does it assume those capital improvement projects taking place?
Yes, exactly. So this budget, the tentative draft of the budget was trued up for all the capital projects that have currently been approved, that are ongoing currently, actually right now, whether it's the Marlowe, the work at Marlowe, whether it's the pavement parking lot going on in transportation, because that's not going to be complete. All these projects are going to be completed near the end of summer, right before school starts, as well as a few other projects. So yes.
Is it inclusive of those architectural improvements that when we had the architects speak? I thought that wasn't confirmed at this point.
Correct. Those projects haven't been approved, and because they have not been approved, they are currently.
So it's not forecasted and built into this budget?
Correct, no. No.
You know,
The total capital.
Those athletic projects were just an ongoing assessment of work that was needed down the road. It would be approved on an individual basis, if they were brought forward, if the budget allowed for it.
Thanks for clarification.
Total capital projects right now within the FY '24 budget approximate about $4.4 million.
So a couple questions. I appreciate, first off, showing a budget that has the levy at 3%. I appreciate the move there. This is a process we're going to go through, and we need to have discussions to go through the budget, right? There's different opinions up here. They're all valid, and we all need to go through this and have the discussion. First question, what is your enrollment assumption in the budget, the 5-year plan?
The budget does not, the budget does not reflect an increase in enrollment, and really it doesn't reflect a decrease in enrollment. It used to be the state funding was based on enrollment. And so state funding would go up and down based on ADA, average daily attendance, and enrollment, right? And so it would affect various line items. But we would never really truly impact, only in an increasing environment, if we knew enrollment was increasing. And at one point in time in 2010, 11, and 12, we went from 8,000 to 10,000 students. We had projected increasing enrollment and increasing staffing needs. But over the last several years, even though we've had declining enrollment, we have to remember, well, there's a lot of additional needs that came with COVID. A lot of additional things that we had to do to bridge that learning gap with COVID. So in the current budget that you have, even though we know we have slightly declining enrollment, maybe 100 students a year, which is not a lot. If you're asking if I've taken expense out of the budget for that, I haven't. And I haven't because of the following reason, right? We are a tier 1 district. We're at 72% adequacy. And adequacy means that the state of Illinois thinks, well, knows that, well, we're only 72% adequately funded. We have a $14 million funding gap, okay? Meaning there are things that we know we need. So if additional dollars are there, there are things that we would need that we would implement for our students. So I haven't decreased those expenses because we have declining enrollment of 100 to 150 students. It's not large enough over a 5-year period to pull out 5 teachers, 10 teachers. I mean, certainly we could do those things, but at the end of the day, when I know that, well, we have a $14 million funding gap, meaning we're not adequately funded, we're about 20% less than the state average in what we spend, meaning if you're a neighboring district and you're spending the state average, they're providing more to their students than we are. That's a fact. Yes, we're more operationally efficient, but they're either paying their teachers a little more, or they're providing their students a little more, or maybe they have more stuff for their kids. That's clearly evident when you look at a Stevenson versus a Huntley. Clearly, right?
Yeah, but to your point, you can look right next door to a 47.
Pardon?
To see, but you can look right next door, right in our backyard, and it's not so much about maybe staff pay, but number of staff and the lean
correct
ratings of staff. And the number of staff in a district 5 miles up the road, the elementary district, in Crystal Lake, staff that are non-classroom staff that are doing a large number of things is in the 60s and 70s, and they're the same size elementary program that we are, and we just don't have
We just,
that.
we're not, yeah,
That's
we,
huge,
yeah.
huge dollars.
yeah. Which is helping the program.
So
I guess to answer my question,
I'm just.
no, it was, but I wanted to really explain why, when additional dollars do become available, I personally feel that they need to stay in the system, because I feel like, number one, not only are we adequately funded.
I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that you had the enrollment holding the same. So, and everybody should also know that we peaked in enrollment in 2018 at 9,600, not 10,000 in 2012. It was 2018, 9,600, and we're at 8,500 now. So we've lost 1,000 students in that 5 years.
Yeah.
So that's what 200 students look like. There is an impact to the budget when you lose that many students, but we have not reflected that in our budgets. That's why we're having the discussion. So,
Correct.
Next question.
Right, but I'll get to that, because we've reduced class sizes. We've maintained the teachers and we've reduced their class sizes.
No, we've actually reduced the number of classroom teachers, and the class sizes do not appear to have gone down. What we've done is we've added
100%
RTI and instructional coaches.
100% incorrect. Your data is incorrect. Our class sizes have
Well,
gone.
I have requested the specific data to Mr. Olmeyer just today.
I mean, am I wrong about that?
No,
They've gone down significantly.
Yeah.
All right, there's some commentary about the federal ESSER
If
funds.
I could, to your point, just as a point of information, almost supporting your argument, somewhere in the middle. During COVID, there was a dramatic increase in some of our spending to address the challenge that was in front of us. And one of those were certified educators as interventionists. And that was a part of I think there were 10, if I'm correct. That was an intentional act to attempt and curb some of the unfinished learning that our students were experiencing and the impact of remote. And our plan all along was, we did not fund those with our ESSER dollars on purpose, because with ESSER, there are school districts all around that funded that with ESSER dollars, and when that expires, you either absorb or there's a funding cliff that has to go away. We didn't do that. We absorbed it into our budget. And our intention was that every year, we would evaluate, are those interventionists still needed based on student growth? Every teacher at the elementary level that leaves, if we don't need that, absorb that interventionist in the classroom. So that's an ongoing evaluation of reducing that when we no longer need a certified teacher that can do it, where a paraprofessional that does a program might be able to kind of meet somewhere in the middle. So just as there is a plan to roll back some of those additional staff members through attrition, when our curriculum department deems that it's not still serving a tremendously positive impact.
Is any of that shown in the budget?
No.
Thank you for the comments, Dr. Roy. I do appreciate that. And there's a larger debate that needs to go on around the structure of things. So there's some commentary about the federal ESSER funds where you cannot be certain about the amount. Can you comment on that a little bit more? Because I think there's $4 million in there from the feds, but I'm not sure exactly what you meant, if it's going to go up or down.
No, so, well, revenues and expenses will go up by the same amount by any unused ESSER funds or related funds that were in the FY23 budget. So in FY23, we budgeted almost $4 million of ESSER revenue and the related expenditures that we were going to use those dollars for. So in the grant, we asked, this is how we're going to spend the ESSER dollars so that we would receive up to $4 million. Now, what you need to know is the ESSER dollars are, once we expend those dollars, then we receive the reimbursement for those dollars. So any unexpended dollars in FY23 are eligible for FY24, but because we haven't finalized the year yet, FY23, the unused ESSER dollars are not known. So in FY24, I removed all the ESSER revenues and all the ESSER related expenses. And if we find out that we have $1.3 million related ESSER revenues left because we haven't spent the $1.3 million on these related expenditures, we will budget both, and they will both then be part of the FY24 budget.
So it turns out to be budget neutral.
It's budget neutral.
Yes.
I just wanted to understand.
It's like the idea grant is a budget neutral grant.
Yeah.
One thing, there was some restructuring done in the administration when Ms. Lombard took on the interim role, which was, she graciously is not replacing her current position. And additionally, with Mr. Zemke's, or Dr. Zemke's leaving, with Ms. McCrindle, Dr. McCrindle taking over, we're replacing with a lower level position. Are those savings reflected in the budget?
Because we haven't finished the fiscal year and finalized everything, no, that have not been done yet.
So
Those are generally done in August.
And that'll help, certainly that surplus that's there in a significant
Yeah.
amount. I mean, it'll be 25% of that deficit that you're talking about.
It may be, yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure we know what's in there.
Correct.
You talked about the contracted transport. We are contracting bus drivers, is that correct?
No, we're contracting outside resources to you want to talk about that, Jessica? But it's contract transportation. It can be taxi cab service. It's services.
Special ed, right?
Yeah, I thought you said it was because we couldn't get drivers. I thought you made a comment
Well, part of it is that.
So, for some of our, transportation in the past, whether we had the drivers, or not, if we were taking one student and it could have conflicted, with our bell times and, just our routing, we've utilized, taxi cabs in the past. With, the last few years, with our resources, going down in our drivers, and wanting to provide the best transportation that we could, we contracted this past year with, ALC, who specializes in special education, training, all of those components, training for additional supports, maybe for students who would qualify under homeless, to be able to do transportation that way. Actually, Dr. Zaire and I had just met with, this morning with transportation. We've got, I'll say this, and hopefully it's going to skyrocket from there. We have 8 routes that we need to fill. We have 3 or 4 who are in the hopper to be ready to go by the beginning of the school year. So that leaves just a handful of our routes to be covered for our regular in-district routes. However, we have a number of routes that need to transport. Again, could be homeless students or it could be our special education students. We have decreased the number of taxis that we use to go with ALC, 1, because of the training, the 2, for the cost. It's been better for us. That will be our next route to tackle. Of course, we would like to bring bring our students back, but meaning our staff being willing to transport. We will have all 5 of our taxis, our van drivers being able to be utilized that way. So a little bit of that cost will go down. That number will fluctuate a little bit depending on how many of our students we do have in district versus out of district. So the ALC contracted, next year, I know we're gonna still need to utilize those services, and that's the cost that you have baked into the budget at this time right now.
Correct.
Yeah, I guess what I'm looking at is if some of this is used to offset because we don't have a driver, is there some double accounting because we budgeted for a driver and you should only be updating for the surplus that is needed to pay a contract driver? You follow me?
I do, and looking at the whole budget, I'm trying to budget the increase in the differential. So I'm not necessarily, right, obviously, a contract service is a lot more than the cost of a bus driver. Well, that's the benefit of having enough drivers so that we don't have to have contract transportation. There was once upon a time, we had 0 contract transportation. We started buying minivans, and we actually took that out of the subject, right? So, but to answer your question, we will fine tune that number come August, but right now, we don't know exactly where we stand right now.
And then last question.
So it's a trended actual for contract transport.
Thank you. Last question for me. New construction, what is the assumption for this year and out years?
For the out years, well, for all major departments, whether it's curriculum, whether it's...
No, I mean for levy side.
New construction.
Oh, for new construction.
Yeah.
I do have that noted within the budget memo. New construction is estimated at $15 million, down to $12.5 million in the out years.
Okay, thank you. And again, I do appreciate the direction this budget's going in, and I know these are These are tough conversations, and not everybody wants to have them, but we need to have these discussions.
We absolutely do need to have these discussions.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm just,
We should have.
all right. Yeah.
Yeah, this is an action item, as the state of Illinois requires a tentative budget to be, approved by the Board of Education.
You're the chairman, you want to take the motion?
I think I'm in the weeds here somewhere. Thank you.
Sorry about that, I didn't mean to spring that at you.
No, that's okay. Report. All right, so hoping, if you, what I'm in looking at this report, you've got the 3% alternative, but what's the recommendation?
Yeah, the recommendation is to pass the tentative budget as presented at 3%. But I do note within the memo that right, that does not necessarily mean that administration is going to recommend that come September, right? Because where I'm sitting, and I understand the conversation, we need to continue to have these conversations, but we do need to look at and understand whether it's collective bargaining, whether it's everything. And we have to look 3, 4, 5 years down the road to see what that impact is going to be. So within the memo, I note that yes, I'm asking the board to approve this 3% tentative draft budget tonight, but also know that the final draft of the budget will be recommended and approved upon, whatever that may be, in September. That helps, Mr. Quigley.
Well, here's, do it publicly. I mean, I'm gonna make a motion to amend the tentative budget to reflect the 5%, levy increase, and incorporate all the other items of adjustment you presented. That's the motion I would make, okay? So I don't know if anybody wants to second that motion, and we can vote on it and agree or not agree. Do we want to second that?
Yeah, I'll
So you understand?
Yeah, I think I understand.
So the motion, so my motion was to, modify the presented budget from a 3% levy, in the, coming year to the full 5%, CPI, limit with, incorporating the, other adjustments that, Mr. Altmeyer had provided. So you're clear on that?
I am clear.
Okay. So he gave you a second. Any further discussion on it?
I don't have any discussion about it.
No.
So roll call? Or you want to call it? No.
Mrs. Murray?
No.
Mr. Thompson?
No.
Mr. Bittman,
No.
Mrs. Gallagher? Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes. Motion does not pass.
Motion does not pass.
Okay. So now go ahead and I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to.
Before you do,
Yeah.
just as is outgoing, I just want to be sure you understand something. And I know you all understand it, but I feel I have to say this. Because in my conversations with Mark, we've had many back and forths about the impact of a 5% levy. And I just want you to know, it's not something that is brought forth as a foregone conclusion that we are owed this or we deserve this. But I will tell you that without the 5% levy, Mark has been in my office and said, if we don't pass a 5% levy, we're 3 or 4 or 5 years away from needing a referendum. That's a word that we don't like to use because we don't have the confidence that it would pass. And we don't ever want to have to do that. But without passing a 5% levy and the compounding effects that will have forever in the school district, we are talking about having to cut teachers, having to cut programs, and increasing class sizes, which are things we don't want to do. You have to know that, is all I'm saying. My piece has been said. That's the only decision you're going to be left with within the next 5 years.
So I need to make a comment to that because the inflation side of things, if 78% of our stuff is labor And we signed the contract with HEA years ago, and before this came into place, it does not reflect any CPI. So the gain, what would have happened if we didn't have the inflation? So when we say we have to have the 5%, my question is, what would have happened if we didn't have the inflation then? We would have been in trouble because we would have been stuck at what, 2 or 3%, correct?
Right, well, if we didn't have, I mean.
We had other increases in funding from the state of Illinois as a result of declining EAV as part of the general state aid formula. So there were years for which we saw $6 million increases, I might be wrong on that number, of general state aid. And that, but it was big, but it was very big. And so we benefited from really declining EAV in the community because general state aid was calculated based on EAV and ADA. So we had increasing enrollment and declining EAV, and we benefited, and we were able to absorb the additional state revenues to help us cover local funding. So there was a period of time for years after abatements, because we were abating debt year after year after year. And on average, we were passing increases to the community of less than 1%.
Right.
Many years, a few years, 0% increases in the property tax. So we were able to continue to manage and provide a balanced budget because of the increased revenues we were seeing from the state of Illinois. Those days are gone because we're now under the evidence-based funding formula, which I do firmly believe in. But we're not seeing the increases we used to see under the old state funding formula.
Oh, and then also to answer your question, I mean, it was, we're almost always doing at least a 3-4 year contract, so it was reasonable to assume, I mean, historically, for 10 years, 2.5%, CPI was 2.5%, it was a little below, a little above, but you could kind of rely on it ultimately evening out to be about 2.5%. So, I mean, we knew at a minimum, we were probably gonna be working with that at a minimum. Okay, so we knew it, for the most part, wasn't ever gonna be zero, other than the 2 out of the 10 years that it was kind of. but it's fine. So, I don't know, would you like me to make another motion?
Or I can make it if you want.
No, you can.
All right, I'll make a motion to adopt the tentative budget as presented in 19.2, just to be clear, with the 3% levy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Roll call.
Mr. Grady?
No.
Mr. Troy?
No.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bittman,
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
I know.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Twice.
That's twice.
Wait, that was twice. Okay, so we're in the same spot, so let's give me the third try. The compromise.
Can we just table it? I mean, it's not, is this an important?
Yeah.
I think it has to happen.
Yeah, we have to agree on something.
We do have to pass a tentative levy. Now, does it need to be in June?
Tentative budget.
Tentative budget.
That too.
We're not
Tentative budget.
the levy.
It does not necessarily have to happen in June. We've historically done this in June and or July. That being said, I would ask the board to work together to provide some current direction, or at least to approve the tentative levy. Tentative budget. Goodness.
Well, let me try the compromise route here. I'll make a motion to approve a modified tentative budget with a 4% levy increase with the same modifications that is presented.
Second.
All right, roll call.
Mr. Thompson?
No.
Mr. Bittman,
No.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
No.
Mr. Grady?
Yes.
I mean, I suggest we table this. I make a motion, we table this until the July meeting.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, roll call vote.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Bittman,
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
No.
Mr. Quagliano?
No.
All right, motion passes. We can move on to 19.3, Ms. Lombard.
In the packet, we have, the requested or recommended addendum to, Dr. Amy McCrindle's, her 3-year contract, which she'll be in her 3rd year of the contract. As, Mr. Bittman, you had talked about, we have some restructuring that is being recommended for next year with, Dr. Swinke leaving the district, looking at restructuring our learning innovation, department, and especially in the curriculum and instruction area. Dr. McCrindle is being recommended to oversee that pre-K through our 12th grade. Currently, she is the elementary person for that. And taking that other position, we have a posting for curriculum director, offsetting some of those things with the increased responsibilities there. You'll see an increased recommendation for a salary. It's coming forward as an addendum because she is in that, going into her 3rd year. It is the same job that expanded with that, and so looking forward to bringing that as an addendum, and then next year bringing forward for another new contract, extending that in our typical process of looking at positions. And I just want to say that I have high confidence in Dr. McCrindle. She's shown with the years in the various roles in the curriculum department, her work ethic, her passion towards students, Dr. Rowe, you talked about making decisions tie right back to students, and that is something that I know that Dr. McCrindle does every day. And so with full confidence that I recommend this addendum to her contract, knowing that she will be leading our department in the district that directly ties to our kiddos and directly touches our students. So, any questions?
I would just echo your comments. Dr. McCrindle is an exceptional educational leader. She's very capable of doing this job and is an asset to the district. So congratulations to Amy and welcome.
And I guess my comment here is, while it's sad to see Dr. Zwemke leave after the 1st year, I like the creative thinking that came up from the administration to come up with a solution that actually supports staff development on the admin side. It's going to give her, Dr. McCrindle, more opportunity to grow, and I think the students will benefit from that. So with that, I make a motion to approve the contract addendum for Dr. McCrindle.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Quagliano. Any discussion? With that, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Bittman,
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
All right, with that, the motion passes. We'll move on to number 20. Does anybody have on the board any new business to bring up? All right, with that, we got to go back to closed session. So I will make a motion to move back into closed session at 9:16 p.m.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Quagliano. Is a roll call vote? Yes.
Actually, to go into closed session is it?
Yes, it is.
Roll call.
Yes, it is.
No.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bittman,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
All right, with that, the motion passes and we will move downstairs. By the way, I got your email. Yeah, I've been meaning to send that to you. Yeah. We're going to resume in public session at 10:08 p.m. And it says there's a roll call vote.
Mr. Grady?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mr. Quagliano?
Here.
Mr. Pittman?
Here.
Mrs. Murray? Here. Mr. Thompson?
Here.
All right, thank you for that. And then, without any other objections, I move that we adjourn the meeting and close. I take a motion to adjourn the meeting at 10:09 p.m. Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Quagliano. All in favor?